All right. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. And the opening ceremony will ready on 9, so we will start around 5 minutes. So I'm welcoming. Thank you so much for our panelists for today. Thank you so much thank you so much the panelists. Thank you so much for the support from Senior Secretariat, for coming also, the Director of 6 Senior Centers in Indonesia. Thank you so much. Dr. Ethel, thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Wahyudi also from Senior Secretariat. And we have also Director of Senior Kitab and Language. Good morning, ma'am. Yes, and also we have Dr. Nelly, Mr. Aswan from Biotrop, and also our prominent speakers already here. Thank you so much. All right, and yeah, we have also SEAQiM specialists already here. So we will start in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you. All right. Good morning, Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We would like to request you all to arise because we would like to commence this program by hearing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia and continued by SEAQiM Colors and SEAQiM Winning Song. Ladies and gentlemen, please arise. Thank you and kindly be seated.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising future. We'll rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. Let's start to make a difference, teaching everyone to learn through science, health, and technology. We will share our expertise by promoting knowledge achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunities. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let us take a step for our precious hope, making villages for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and faith. Hear us, Savior, building the future is our legacy. Let us take a step for our precious hope, making futures for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and faith. Hear us, Savior, building the future is our legacy. Building the future is our
His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, which is represented by the Head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Ibu Evi Mulyani, PhD. Honorable Director of Simeo Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, Deputy Director for Program and Development, Simeo Secretariat, Dr. Wahyudi, prominent keynote speakers, Professor Trena Wilkerson from National Council of Teachers of Mathematics USA, Professor Berinderjeet Khaur from National Institute of Education Singapore, Professor Iwan Pranoto from Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia, Director of 6 Simeo Indonesia Centers or the representatives, Director of Simeo Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, Dr. Sumardiono, the Deputy Director for Program Simeo Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, Dr. Farida Nurhasana, Deputy Director for Administration, Simeo Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, Dr. Susetio Widi Asmoro, esteemed participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the International Webinar Series, Mathematics Education in the Age of Pandemic, Tuesday, 29 September 2020. It is a great honor for me. My name is Lely Dian Puspita. I am your Master of Ceremony in this international webinar, representing the Semi-Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics as the host institution of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, over 1,000 mathematics teachers and educators from Southeast Asia and beyond together here today in Zoom platform and YouTube live streaming to experience the International Webinar Mathematics in the Pandemic Era, which aims to share best practices in strengthening the quality of mathematics teaching and learning during pandemic. Furthermore, the international event intends to provide an opportunity for educators for foster collaborations and partnership. The Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to start the opening today's webinar, now we would like to invite the Director of Simeo Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics to deliver the welcome remark. Dr. Sumardiono, the time is yours.
disorot di sini. Mulai. His Excellencies, Secretary General of the Minister of Education and Culture, the Republic of Indonesia, the representative from the head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, Ibu Evi Mulyani, PhD, Honorable Director of SEAQiM Secretariat, Dr. Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, Deputy Director for Programs and Development of SEAQiM Secretariat, Dr. Wahyudi, prominent keynote speakers, Professor Trena Wilkerson from National Council of Teachers of Mathematics USA, Professor Berinderjeet Khaur from National Institute of Education Singapore, and Professor Iwan Pranoto from Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia, and all the esteemed invited guests and participants. Very welcome, very well, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the international webinar series, Mathematics in the Age of Pandemic, organized by SEAQiM in collaboration with NTCM. Thank you for making the time to participate in this event. In this invaluable moment, I would like to address my deep appreciation to today's distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Trena Wilkerson, Professor Berinderjeet Khaur, and Professor Iwan Pranoto. Our sincere thanks also goes to the Secretary General of MOEC, for SEAQiM Secretariat, and also 6 SEAQiM centers in Indonesia, SEAQiM stakeholders, before TK Mathematica and some universities, and all mathematics teachers and educators in the Southeast Asia and beyond. I believe today is going to be a great day for all of us because we are across the world, impatiently waiting for this webinar in order to share best practices and knowledge in strengthening the quality of mathematics teaching and learning during pandemic. Furthermore, this international event intends to provide an opportunity for educators to foster collaboration and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 outbreak as a public health emergency of international concern last 30 January 2020, which has impacted all sectors such as economy, social, and also education. In this situation, each country has the role to manage their education system, as well as the best way dealing with pandemic. In order to address this challenge, SEAQiM held its webinar series to show its commitment to the quality improvement of mathematics teachers and education personnel in Southeast Asia and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to report you that more than 1,200 people have registered to this webinar series via Zoom and also YouTube channel. Within this one-day event, all participants will be joined the 3 keynote address, which will be chaired by Ms. Puji Iryanti for the Center for the Development and Empowerment of Mathematics Teacher and Education Personnel, or P4TIKA Mathematica. Next, may I invite the Director of SEAQiM Secretariat to deliver the remarks, and also as the representative of the General Secretary of Minister of Education and Culture, the head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, to deliver opening speech and also open the webinar officially. Thank you very much. I wish you good luck. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Continuing to our next speech, I'm pleased to welcome the Director of SEAQiM Secretariat to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, I'll give you the floor.
Dr. Sumarjono, Director of SEAQiM KITEP in Mathematics, Professor Dr. Ainun Naim, Secretary General of the Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia, our distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, SEAQiM Center Directors, SEAQiM officials and staff, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, sawadee ka from SEAQiM Secretariat in Bangkok, Thailand. It is my pleasure to be with you today during this most extraordinary and unprecedented times of COVID-19 pandemic. Just at the start or at the beginning of the pandemic, almost 1.5 billion learners were affected, and 194 countries have closed. Some of them were able to move on, some countries were able to open up, and as of today, we have 40% of learners who could not go back yet. That represents 700 million learners all over the world. And still, 32 countries from all over the world are still closed. Schools are closed. They are not considered yet reopening. So we are faced with this question. What will we do if schools will continue to close and if there will be second wave coming for some countries? Definitely, our intervention will be a transformation from the traditional face-to-face to, what we call as hybrid learning, combination of all types of learning, online, offline, inside, or even flexible delivery mode by mobile learning, mobile application, as well as, webinars such as these. In the end, we will find that education has to move on. Education has to continue. And we at SEAQiM should promote learning continuity and building back better for our children of the next generation. Education has had to move to online learning at this time of pandemic. This transition will be impacting many teachers all over Southeast Asia and beyond. Members of the family, mothers, fathers, brothers, they help, support the home-based learning. Many ministries of education opted as well for home-based learning, even for 5 days or even for 2 days a week. So it's a combination of many types of learning modalities at this time. So many ministries of education are worried on relying exclusively on online learning, right? I myself, I'm a teacher and I have used different platforms for teaching. But some children could not really participate fully in this. Lower bandwidth, low data, and no platform to do online learning. So some ministries of education use also television, radio broadcasting. In the meantime, there is a need for us to, bridge the digital divide, to reach the unreached and the disadvantaged rural poor living at the bottom of it. So in this uncertain environment, we must be able to use appropriate modality online tools to assure that lesson plans, videos, tutorials, and other resources are made available for students, and probably, most importantly, for teachers. Podcasts and other resources require less data usage. And we can use even Facebook, Google Meet, and so many other telecommunication platforms. But that companies apply zero-rate policies as well during this time of pandemic. Radio and television are frequently used in Southeast Asia. I can see that here in Thailand, educational TV channels for children, as well as from Cambodia and Myanmar and the Philippines and Timor-Leste and the rest of Southeast Asia. So there is a continuous focus on the mix of multimedia learning. And I see mathematics education in educational TV of Thailand. I watch them as well, with the objective of reaching as many students as possible. Radio-based instructions are also made available to remote areas, including mathematics education. So there is an urgency for us to work together on how we promote mathematics education during this pandemic. So mathematics instruction is very crucial. The numeracy, literacy in mathematics, very important, not just for young kids, but also for lifelong learners, for those who are beyond schooling. Mathematics instruction should be more equitable, and it should be related to life, to how you perform in this uh, new way of learning. So I wish you all a productive discussion as we listen to our experts, professors who were invited by SEAQiM to share their expertise in terms of mathematics education during the pandemic. And I'm pleased to learn about SEAQiM's efforts to share best practices through international webinars such as this and give educators free online training. I wish you all well, and I'm very, very sure that we will have a productive and enjoyable webinar. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel, for the opening remarks. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the honor, the head of Bureau of Cooperation and Public Relations, the Secretariat General of Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the opening speech and officially open this webinar. Ibu Evi Mulyani, PhD, the floor is yours.
Honorable Director of SEAQiM Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, Director of SEAQiM Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, Dr. Sumadiono, prominent keynote speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to send best regards from Professor Ainun Naim, the Secretary General of Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Apologize due to unforeseeable agenda, he is unable to join us this morning. On behalf of the Secretary General, please allow me to share a couple of points this morning. It is of course an honor to be able to virtually attend the International Webinar Series organized by SEAQiM in association with the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 outbreak has swept across the world. It has impacted on various fields, including education. Education all around the world during the COVID-19 pandemic has experienced a number of considerable changes. In this current situation, many countries have been encouraging their students to learn remotely. Some students are not required to come to school and have face-to-face learning. They are asked to implement long-distance learning. Many facilities are eventually utilized by teachers to carry out virtual teaching and learning activities. However, it is inevitable that students, teachers, and parents have to face few challenges. The fact is, many people are not really familiar with long-distance learning and its implementation. As an effort to address the challenges, SEAQiM conducts an international webinar series under the theme Mathematics Education in the Age of Pandemic. We believe that this event could foster exchange of ideas and strategies for mathematics teaching and learning at the time of pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has indeed given us limitations. However, it also encouraged us to continue to innovate, to explore, and to develop the talents of our students. We must understand that in the field of education, human beings are the leading actors as both subject and object, and knowledge is the media. Therefore, it is our task as either educational personnel or teachers to help our students to construct the understanding of knowledge in which they become the central of learning, that they can learn and enjoy the process of learning. This is also the role that we expect SEAQiM could accomplish, preparing teachers and education personnel's competencies so they can enable their students to fulfill their potential. In this pandemic time, I will consider this international webinar series as one of the timely efforts. So congratulations to SEAQiM. And therefore, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare the international webinar series, Mathematics Education in the Age of Pandemic, officially open. Thank you, and I wish you all have productive webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Evi Mulyani, HD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the end of Ibu Evi Mulyani's speech, it marks the international webinar series has been officially opened. Please give a round of applause. I will invite the Excellency, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to have a group photo session. We imagine that we are together in one stage to have this group photo session, ladies and gentlemen, but now we are doing virtually. Okay, please give your best smile in this photo session. All right, I will count 3, 2, 1. Smile. All right, once again. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your attention and participation during the opening ceremony. And after this, we will proceed to the keynote address.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, participants, now we are entering the first keynote address. Before we move on the first session, let me read the rules or protocol of join this webinar, the session. The first webinar is recorded. The second, each keynote speaker will present in 45 minutes, followed by 15-minute Q&A session. The third, participants other than keynote speakers are mute. And then the next Q&A session. For those who are joining from Zoom, participants may leave their questions in Q&A menu. And then selected one participant will be given a chance to directly ask one question. And for those who are joining from YouTube, participants may leave their question through the link provided in the YouTube description. And the next, participants joining from YouTube should fill in the attendance list through the link provided in the YouTube description. The next, e-certificate will be provided for eligible participants. And the last, respect the speakers by listening attentively. Well, the first session will be Professor Trena Wilkerson. And chairing this session will be the internal coordinator at Pusat Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Pendidik dan Tenaga Kependidikan Matematika, PMPTK Matematika, or Center for Development and Empowerment of Mathematics Teachers and Education Personnel, located in Yogyakarta. Ms. Puji Iryanti, Master of Science in Mathematics Education. Starting the session, I would like to briefly introduce Ms. Iryanti. Ms. Puji Iryanti is a functional officer as well as an internal coordinator at PMPTK Matematika, or Center for Development and Empowerment of Mathematics Teachers and Education Personnel. She has worked with PMPTK Matematika for 17 years as a mathematics teacher trainer and head of divisions of competence improvement facilitation. In 2010 until 2012, she was assigned as Acting Deputy Director for Administration, SEAQiM Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, In 2012 until 2014, she was assigned as loan expert at the International Task Force on Teachers for Education hosted by UNESCO France. And she earned a Bachelor in Mathematics Education from IKIP Yogyakarta, or now is State University of Yogyakarta in 1987, and a Master of Science in Mathematics Education from State University of New York at New Paltz, USA in 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Puji Iryanti, Master of Science in Mathematics Education, to lead the session.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are fine and happy wherever you are. Welcome to today's seminar, Mathematics Education in the Age of Pandemic. My name is Puji Iryanti and I'll be your moderator. I'm excited to be hosting this webinar today. I'd like to thank you all who joined this webinar through Zoom and YouTube. And I'm pleased to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Trena Wilkerson. Professor Wilkerson, are you there? Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay. Good evening there in the USA. And I will share with you the Professor Wilkerson.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you, Professor Wilkerson. Professor Trena Wilkerson is President of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics and Instruction in the School of Education at Baylor University. There she teaches both graduate and undergraduate mathematics education courses and conducts professional development and research. She previously taught high school mathematics for 18 years. Wilkerson has published extensively in several NTCM journals, including Mathematics Teaching in the Middle School, or MTMS, Mathematics Teacher, Teaching Children Mathematics, and Journal of Research in Mathematics Education. She chaired the MTMS editorial panel and previously served a 3-year term on the NTCM Board of Directors from 2014 to 2017. She loves teaching and learning mathematics in support of current and future mathematics teachers and leaders. She received her PhD in 1994 from the University of Southern Mississippi in Curriculum and Instruction with a focus in mathematics. She earned a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics from Mississippi College and a Master of Education in Mathematics Education from Southeastern Louisiana University. Today, she's going to deliver a presentation entitled Focusing on Effective Mathematics Teaching Practices, the Challenge of Virtual Learning Environment. So without any further ado, I'd like to kick things off by welcoming Professor Trena Wilkerson. Professor Wilkerson, you have 45 minutes until, more and less, in Indonesia, it's 10:15 to deliver your presentation, 45 minutes. So Professor Wilkerson, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. May I share my screen?
Yes. Yeah. Professor Wilkerson,
All right.
are you ready?
Yes, I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Almost. All right. Can you tell me if you can see just the full screen of the presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
This is in full screen. Yeah.
We can see all the slides now.
You can see all the slides. Well, that's not good. Hang on.
Take your time.
All right.
You are in presenter mode, Professor.
Yeah, well, on this screen, I'm not. Well, it will not let me do the other. Hang on 1 minute.
Not there.
You still see all my screens, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well,
May you click the swap icon swap display?
Would you like us to share the presentation for you?
1 second. I think I can fix it.
Okay, take your time.
All right, almost there. How about now?
Okay, clear.
All right, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. Thank you, and I am very honored to be here. I thank you on behalf of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics for being invited to be a part of this momentous occasion. As you've already pointed out, this is truly an unprecedented time with the pandemic, and many across the world have experienced many of the same challenges. And so what I've been asked to do is to come and share with you some of our challenges and how we've met some of those in thinking about virtual learning environments, and particularly focusing on the teaching and learning of mathematics. I would also like to thank Dr. Sumardiano and Rahma also for helping me out, and also for being allowed to be a part of the opening ceremony. I appreciate all of the welcomes that were given and the support across many of the Asian countries. And so I really appreciate that. You have a wonderful opportunity with so many people, speakers, and then with the idea of YouTube, where you've got thousands of teachers who are also participating. And I commend you for doing that. And again, for allowing me to be a part of this and the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. I also enjoyed the opening part when you shared about some of the work that SEAQiM, I believe, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, but that you're doing, because you're doing things with lesson study and technology and teaching and learning and STEM. And these are all things that we have in common, because they're things that we do as well across this world, and trying to improve and support our teachers in the teaching of mathematics. So let's see if I can make my screen move. So what I want to share with you today is to share a little bit about the idea behind some of the initiatives that we've been doing. And so there are 3 that I want to share with you. One of them is a result of a back to school task force that we had. A second one is called Moving Forward, Mathematics Learning in the Era of COVID. And then I want to share with you about catalyzing change itself. And these 3 initiatives are things that have helped us to think about what we should be doing as we move forward, not only just in mathematics education in general, but also specifically during this pandemic. And particularly, I want to share some examples of some effective practice that some of our classroom teachers have been sharing using a digital environment. And then we'll close with some things about questions and challenges we still have. But I also love the idea that was shared earlier, is that we also have opportunities in order to address the teaching and learning of mathematics. So the first I want to share is the Back to School Task Force. And this particular group was gathered when we knew that when we would return after our summer break, teachers and administrators, countries, our state would have to make decisions about how teaching and learning of mathematics would take place upon returning, whether it be in person, whether it would still be completely virtual, or if there would be hybrid. And addressing some of the situations of where people do not have access to the kinds of technology that was needed in order to do the kind of instruction we wanted. So we had 4 groups that gathered. We had a group that gathered, and they dealt with 4 areas. One is to help the classroom teacher. The second was to help mathematics leaders who help make decisions. The third was building and district administrators. And then the fourth was families and how to support them. You will also notice that if you click on this particular, you'll be the particular PowerPoint will be shared with you, and you'll be able to access the resources. And I'll also put them in the chat box when we return as well. But this particular resource is one that's available on the website at NCTM. The first one that I want to share with you in particular is about the classroom teacher, because we wanted to talk about what are some of the aspects of teaching virtually or whatever hybrid situation you might be in. And the recommendations that we put forward were 8 of them. We wanted to make sure that we stayed with high quality mathematics instruction, whatever the environment might be. We wanted to make sure the second one was to address student concerns and questions that they would have during this pandemic. The third is to help teachers to be advocates for themselves and for their students, because this is a very difficult time, which leads to number 4. We also thought it was important for teachers to take care of themselves. This has been a very emotional time for both students and teachers and families, and it's important that we take care of ourselves and take time for that. The 5th one had to do with being able to communicate carefully and constantly with families. This would be very important in whatever format instruction took. The last 3, though, deal with what we wanted to talk about today, and that had to do with the instructional aspect of it. The first one you'll see in number 6 was we wanted to provide opportunities for students to explore the mathematics. We also wanted them to be able to utilize the 8 effective math teaching practices, which I will share with you as well. And then to cultivate this idea of formative assessment and what that might look like. So one of the things that I want to share with you is that we needed to think in terms of thinking about whether it would be face-to-face, whether it would be remote, whether there would be virtual, whether it would be television, whatever it might be. We needed to make sure that these practices translated into classroom and teaching, no matter the environment that it was. We needed to make sure that if it was a technical environment, that the technology really promoted classroom discourse. We needed to make sure that the students and the teachers had access to virtual manipulatives and resources that could be used at home. And then the 4th one, we needed to ensure that we were very strategic about how the learning environment was set up, whether it was digital or in some cases here in the United States, they are back face-to-face, but in very restrictive environments and what that might look like. So I mentioned that the key were these 8 effective teaching practices. NCTM had outlined these in 2014 in the document Principles to Action. And there are 8 of them, and you'll notice that they're goals focused on learning, implementing tasks that promote reasoning and problem solving, using and connecting mathematical representations, facilitating meaningful mathematical discourse, posing purposeful questions, building procedural fluency from conceptual understanding, supporting productive struggle in learning mathematics, and the last one is elicit and use evidence of student thinking. And we felt like all 8 of these needed to continue in whatever environment, particularly a virtual one, but again, we would have to think very carefully how you might do these. So one of the ways that we did this is we developed 100 days of professional learning. It turned out that in April, we were supposed to have a centennial celebration of NCTM. It's 100 years old this year. And when we could not have that, it had to be canceled. We took many of those sessions and we turned them into evenings of professional development. So each evening for 100 days, we've been doing professional development for our teachers. And many of them have focused on these effective teaching practices. And in particular, how teachers are actually implementing them virtually. So these are things that you have access to. And in fact, I know that some of the people who are working on this particular webinar actually have attended some of the sessions. They are free right now until mid-October. You can register for them and you can see the videos. If you are a member of NCTM, you can continue after October 15th to watch them as well. And we have found these very powerful for our teachers, and there are many, many examples of what to do with teaching and learning in a virtual environment. I wanted to share with you a little bit about these though. Some teachers, this is Zach Champagne, he shared one evening and his was on virtual manipulatives that you might be using. And he said you really need to think about the transition to distance learning and using materials. And this would be really important, and to always keep the students in the forefront and think about how to engage them. And he also shared that even in a virtual environment, the manipulatives that are used, we needed students to have the opportunity to play with them, to understand them, to explore with them, to discover, and to learn. So Zach went on to explain about why we should continue to use manipulatives. They provide a wonderful visual representation of really deep mathematical ideas. It also allows students to make predictions or estimations when they're using these manipulatives. They assist many students in problem solving. Zach went on to share that they also encourage authentic collaboration, which has also been a challenge in these different circumstances that we've had to do. But many teachers are finding ways for students to still collaborate, and I'll share more about that later. He went on also to share that they needed to be active. Research shows that students need to be active in the learning, and the challenge is how do you do that in a virtual environment? And he reminded us that there are many online virtual manipulatives that are available. And he went on and shared much research that is about this. Unlimited supply. You're not limited by the number of cubes that someone might have. You don't have to worry about distribution. You can simultaneously present figures and symbols. Cleanup, obviously, on a virtual environment is very quick. And you can really leverage technology to do things that physical manipulatives sometimes cannot do. And I've given a particular website here as well. Again, it's at NCTM that shares many of these online resources that you might be interested in exploring later, because I know there are many teachers who are watching as well. And these are free. These are things that you can go to the website and look for. I wanted to share, though, that there's also the consideration that if you are meeting in person right now, is keeping those manipulatives safe for our students so that they are not exposed to the virus. And that's been something that's been dealt with. Remember, I also shared that it was important that we continue with discourse. That's one of the particular effective practices. And Michelle Berry, who is a high school mathematics classroom teacher, shared one evening at one of the events about the importance of facilitating this mathematical discourse, even in a virtual environment. And she shared that it really helps to share mathematical understanding. It helps students to understand different approaches. It allows you to use many graphical analytical tools. And I noticed in the opening that you all use GeoGebra and many of the other online graphing calculators, etc. Desmos is very popular, and there's several. And we've also seen that breakout rooms are very useful in having discourse. We use particularly Zoom like you're using here, so breakout rooms are easy to use, but there are also Google formats and other software like Seesaw and others that are available. And then the last thing that she mentioned in this particular part is in the virtual environment, as well as in a face-to-face, it is critical to have engaging problems and tasks. Having to keep students engaged in a virtual environment where the teacher is not physically there is very important. I mentioned earlier about principles to action. And one of the things that Michelle shared is that we really needed to continue this idea of effective teaching of mathematics that shows the evidence of student thinking. And even in a virtual environment, we need to assess that. We need to think about it. We need students to share their understanding, be it in a written format, a drawing, or verbally. And this gives them the opportunity to really support and extend their learning. And this is something we share in Principles to Action. You'll notice the quote at the bottom is each lesson needs intentional and systematic plans to get that evidence that will provide a constant stream of information about how a student is learning to reach the goal that has been established by the teacher. And she went on to recommend, just to be sure that you enable those particular kinds of tasks. Sean Tell is another middle school mathematics teacher, and he shared that not only do you need to have these strong tasks, but you need to make sure that they're high level and that they really reveal student thinking, because you are going to be limited on how much you can do in a virtual environment. He said that you really needed to carefully construct the questions to really draw out the specific understanding that you're looking for, the conceptual gaps that might be there, or the common errors. And this would be very important in the format. I said that I would share some of those ideas that some of the teachers have shared as well. And Sean shared a number of things. He shared that he uses Desmos. He uses what's called Jamboard, Google Slides, Google Drawing. These are just different kinds of formats that hopefully you know have had access to and had some success with. Synchronously, he talked about students being paired in the breakout rooms, sharing documents so that they can share their thinking. but even in asynchronous, because we find that some of our learning has to be done in asynchronous, even though it might be done online, you might actually they have work that they do offline, but you can still assign partners that they can work together, they can schedule time to work together, and still have those collaborative workspaces. The second initiative that I wanted to share with you is called Moving Forward. This is a document that we did in collaboration with the National Council of Supervisors of Mathematics who do leadership in mathematics education. Mona Tonshaf is the president, and she and I worked with a group to really look at this. And this document was developed just as school was closing out, in thinking it was about May, and it allowed us to think about what do teachers need to be thinking about? What do math educators need to be thinking about? What do administrators need to be thinking about as they begin to plan to go back to school? Much like the Back to School Task Force, this particular document was a guiding document to give people ideas about the kinds of questions that you needed to ask, the kinds of resources you needed to try and access. It was not a how-to, because there was no one answer for anyone, but it was a way for us to think about how we could move forward and make decisions that would impact literally thousands and thousands and thousands of students in their learning of mathematics. So in this particular document, there were 3 areas that we looked at. We looked at the structures that are in place. How can we make those equitable? We looked at teaching practices, and we looked at advocacy. And all of these were really critical in the work that we were doing. The second one is the one that I want to spend some time on. While the structures are critical and the idea of advocating and making sure that we realize that we're teaching human beings, it was also important for us to focus on teaching practices and what that might look like. So one of the things that was stressed is making sure that we deal with equitable teaching practices. We need to give attention to the social and emotional needs of students, teachers, and staffs. I mentioned this earlier. We needed to really look at what's the learning that is needed. There was a temptation here for when schools started back for the schools to start with reviewing everything again. But instead, what we recommended is that you start on grade level with what teachers need to be teaching to their students. And then as you found gaps of things that students maybe had missed out on, you could incorporate those into the work that you were doing. We needed to make sure that we understood the prior knowledge that students needed for a particular concept that was selected, and find ways to find out what students know. And notice that it was about what students know, not about what they don't know. This was really critical, because remember, students were going through so many traumatic things that it was important to figure out what they've been doing and what they do know. And then we needed to think about intentionally thinking about ways to assess our students that were not stressful, but would help us to figure out what our students knew. Again, we focused on those 8 mathematical teaching practices and really sought out ways for them to think about what do these look like in a virtual environment. So we asked the question, what should we consider when making these decisions about professional learning and collaboration? Because teachers were going to be called on to do so many things. And I'm sure it's the same case with your teachers. They are being asked to do so many things. We have teachers here in the United States that are teaching virtually, but at the same time, they have students who are in class with them. So they're actually doing both at the same time. And it's very, very stressful. It's a lot of work, and it takes a tremendous commitment on the part of our teachers. And I have to tell you that they're living up to that. They've been amazing. But we needed to make sure that people in the decision-making area needed to remember that they needed support. They needed opportunities for professional learning, to learn how to use the technology in this kind of environment. This was new for many of them. And how could they do it so that it was effective? We needed them to make decisions about how do you prioritize time. In many of our US schools, there is not time during the day for planning, and yet the teachers are being asked to collaboratively plan across grade levels and within grade levels in this very unique situation. And so they needed to find ways to support teachers to do that. And then the third one in response to this question is to really look at the tools, the technology. It was mentioned before, there are many of our students who do not have access to the technology. They either don't have the bandwidth or they don't have the actual technological device. And how are we going to deal with that? And what decisions would be made in order to help make the learning of mathematics powerful for each and every student? We also recommended that we approach this through a strengths-based approach. As again, I mentioned earlier, not looking at the negative about what students don't know, looking at a deficit, but instead look at the strengths that the students bring to the classroom and build on those. We did want to reiterate that we needed rigorous and engaging instruction to support each and every student. And we need this in order to continue to build the positive identity and disposition of our students. We need to make sure that those students are students who are seeing themselves in the realm of doing mathematics and empowered to do the mathematics. You'll notice in the next bullet, it talks about ensuring that we're increasing, not decreasing opportunities. We've already noted that there are many people who did not have access to the kinds of technology that we really hoped everyone would. And this actually decreases opportunities. But what we needed to look for is ways to increase those opportunities in the decisions that we were making. And then the last one on here is to make sure that communication is open. We needed to make sure that we communicated with the parents, families, and the community, because we are indeed all in this together. So the last initiative that I wanted to share was our Catalyzing Change initiative. And in this particular initiative, I wanted to share with you that it started actually in 2018, which was pre-pandemic. So in 2018, we released a document called Catalyzing Change in High School Mathematics. And in that document, we shared particular recommendations about where high school mathematics needed to be going in the next few years. And the idea was to begin critical conversations to move mathematics in that direction. In 2019, we gathered together 2 writing teams to actually also look at, if this is what you want to do at high school, then what do we need to be doing in early childhood and elementary, and then in middle school? And so 2 writing teams actually wrote those 2 books as well. And so what I want to share with you is one of the things that happened is this document came out during the pandemic. And we thought about, well, how does this help us in the initial part of pandemic? These were written for long-term changes. But what we realized is that many of the decisions that were being made now during this pandemic were the very things that we were asking people to think about in this catalyzing change environment. And if you're interested, you can go to nctm.org/change and you can see aspects of the documents themselves. There were 4 recommendations. One of them was around broadening the purposes of learning mathematics. So we needed to really think about, why do we study mathematics? And how do we go about doing that to empower our students? The second recommendation was about creating equitable structures in mathematics. We looked at things within the United States that we have issues with, where students are tracked. They are ability grouped in such ways that all of them do not receive the same rigorous, high quality instruction. So we needed to look at those things. The third recommendation has to do with those effective, equitable mathematics teaching practices that I've talked about, and I'm going to talk about them just a little bit more as well. And then the fourth recommendation goes back to this developing a really deep mathematical understanding. And what does this mean in early childhood? What does it mean in elementary grades? What does it mean in middle school grades? And what does it mean in high school? What is the kind of deep mathematics that we need to be addressing? So I want to share with you, I realize this is probably not readable, it's very small, but it is a document that is being shared with you as a handout. And this particular document proposes those 4 recommendations across all the grade levels, and it actually shares with you across the grade levels what that might look like. So in the broadening purposes of learning mathematics, it's each and every child in the early childhood to develop math understanding as confident and capable learners, understand and critique the world through mathematics, and experience the wonder, joy, and beauty of mathematics. In middle school, it's very similar. It has the same kind of developing deep mathematical understanding, critiquing the world through mathematics, and really experiencing that wonder, joy, and beauty so that it contributes to the positive identity of all of our students. And then the high school, just to give you an example, is that each and every student should learn these essential concepts in order to expand their professional opportunities, prepared for the future in STEM, for example, and to really understand and critique their world again. And my favorite is the experiencing the wonder, joy, and beauty of mathematics. And we do this across all 4 of the recommendations. And so you'll see the similarities, but each one of the books goes into details about this, what this looks like at their particular grade level. So I want to also go on to share with you in this particular one is to share with you a little bit more about the equitable mathematics teaching instruction. One of the things that we wanted to share is that the quality of mathematics learning experiences needed to be valued rather than quantity. And you know that in this virtual type environment, it takes more time to do things. It takes longer. There are technical difficulties, just as I experienced when I started. There are things that happen. And so the quantity is not the focus. Instead, we need to identify some really quality learning experiences for our students. The second one is that mathematics is seen as a collaborative endeavor. It's not just the classroom teacher. It is also the students. It's also the families. It's also the math leaders that we have, math teacher education, administrators. We're all in this together to really help with the equitable mathematics instruction. The third is that students need to be asked to solve problems in more than one way. And this can be done in a virtual environment as well, so that value is given to each student and that voice is given to them. And then that leads to the last one, is they really need to be able to share their thinking, not just the solution. Solutions are important, but they are not the only thing we're looking at, because the students are learning. And again, you'll see the graphic, that we want to make sure that we're helping students to develop a positive mathematical identity, a strong sense of agency in mathematics, and that they see themselves as authoritative in knowing mathematics, so that they see themselves as knowers and doers and thinkers of mathematics. And we need to continue this even in these unprecedented times, whatever the environment might be. So if you are interested in more detail about catalyzing change, we did do 3 recordings of webinars around these. There's one that's an overview, and then there's one that's on the early childhood and elementary, and one on middle school. And again, this is part of that 100 days that we did in order to share with people literally all over the world. We've had people, I noticed, not Indonesia, Singapore, etc. Many of the countries have attended these, and they've been a part of it. But if you are interested in more about the catalyzing change, you certainly could go back and listen to these as well. I also wanted to share with you this idea of virtual. You asked me to share with you what are some things we're doing to support our teachers and what kinds of strategies and things that they use. One of the other things that we're doing is we have a conference coming up this fall, and November the 11th through the 14th. It will be virtual. This particular conference, though, they will be sharing ways of accessing mathematics in a virtual environment as well. We will have teachers that are sharing about this. We will have people who are sharing about different kinds of technology. And we will also have people who are sharing their experiences about how this has worked and the challenges that we've had as well. Because in this, we have had both challenges and successes that we have encountered. And it's those challenges, as mentioned earlier, having access to internet connections that are reliable. This has been a real challenge. And we have been working with our government, as I know that you all have been working as well, is trying to make sure that everyone has the access they need. Here in the state that I'm in Texas, I still have students who do not have internet access, and they do not have the technology to do this. And so teachers have had to work on ways in order to get the work through to the families in order to do with their students. I will also tell you we have this challenge. Some families have multiple students in their homes, and may only have one device. And so everybody can't be on at the same time. And so this has been a challenge as well. And so teachers have been working with this to make sure students have ways of doing mathematics and powerful mathematics, whether they have the internet connection all the time and whether they can actually do it live or not. The second one is making sure that we have those kinds of tools, whether it's a computer, a smart pad, or a phone. And if they don't, then we need to find ways to get those in their hands. I mentioned earlier another challenge that we've been trying to meet is this teacher training. We've done it through the 100 days and other types of support. Many districts have been offering professional development to their teachers about how to work with the technology and how do you promote this. We have some teachers who use technology all the time, and then others, this is new for them. The fourth one, the social and emotional support. We often try to remind everyone that this is a very stressful situation. And so we need to give each other some space and grace and understanding in this environment. And then the last one is we really need to think about what are the key mathematical topics that we need to address, because time is very precious in this particular kind of environment. It's always precious in learning, but in this particular environment, we probably cannot do as much as we've done in the past. So we need to think about what are the key concepts that we need to study. But we also know that there are many opportunities. This has been a beautiful opportunity to build the mathematics community. I know you're probably seeing the same thing. We are actually having teachers communicating. They're building networks in order to work together so that they don't feel like they're by themselves. We see this in the 100 days webinars that we've been doing. Hundreds have come together in the evenings each day in order to be a part of these. And they are building community and learning from each other and understanding that they are not alone in this. It has connected math teachers. This challenge, this pandemic has done that as well. It has also made us all think about the resources that need to be made available. And more school districts here are making them available to our teachers. We also have companies that are making them available and giving free things so that they have access right now. Another opportunity is learning about the supports that we have. I think people are trying to be much more supportive and trying to help one another. And then the last one that I wanted to do is that we have the opportunity to really study the idea of effective teaching practices in order to get at the mathematics that the students need. And I think we have an opportunity to support our teachers in doing this. They are the key to it, and they are powerful. And I am proud to know that I was one of those teachers. I taught high school for a very long time, but in no way have I had to address the challenges that they are having to do now. So as a reminder, I talk a lot in my presidency about this being a journey. I've always felt like teaching was a journey. And in particular, we are on this journey together. And I'm so grateful that I'm not alone in it, that we are here in this together. So again, I want to thank you. I have shared a little bit about the Back to School Task Force work and the effective mathematical teaching practices there. I shared with you about moving forward and decisions that we had to make and are continuing to make and guidelines for that. And the third is this idea of catalyzing change and how we can think about change for the future. What are good practices that we are learning now that we will continue to be able to use in the future? So I'm finished a little early, I do believe, but I wanted to make sure that I had plenty of time for questions that you may have. And thank you again for this opportunity.
Amazing presentation. Share best practices, even that will be organized by NTCM and recommendation from NTCM, how to ensure our education in this new normal. So now we will, Professor Wilkerson will answer 3 selected questions sent to us during her presentation. And my colleague will share screen the question that we have selected. We also give access to one person to directly ask a question later on. So now please colleague share the question. Thank you. So we need a little bit to share the content. You ready? Alex? Okay, while we wait for the selected question, I would like to inform to our audience that please feel free to send your question on the Q&A, and also from those who join the YouTube, we also will pick one question from the viewer of YouTube. Okay, we ready? Okay, we have a bit problem, so I will pick the question from the Q&A. So the first question comes from Nuri Martini, and she is a teacher for secondary students, secondary school, grade 9 to 12 in Indonesia. The question is, it's a bit long, so I will just make it brief. The question is how to make sure that our students will have the same quality of learning mathematics during this pandemic, so they will not lose or missing years when they continue after the pandemic done. We're not sure when the pandemic will be done, right? Okay, that's the first question. Would you please answer, Professor Wilkerson? And then after that, we will go to the second question. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. That is a wonderful question. It is a difficult thing knowing how much, in some cases, our students have missed in this opportunity of learning during the pandemic. And we don't know when it will be over. It will be, I am sure it's going to be several more months for sure. One of the things that we've encouraged our teachers to think about is to think about those key concepts that you want to do. And then as you're teaching those, to integrate some of the learning that you know they may have missed, to integrate it as you go. And also remember, with the exception of our people who are in the 12th grade, these students have multiple years to catch up, so to speak. It may be that we don't have to get everything done in the next few months or the next year that should have been done this past year plus this next year. But instead, we have some time to catch up over time. And one of the important aspects of that is the collaboration that we need to do. Because in the collaboration, if you're talking to other teachers across grade levels, then they can actually help to fill in places over the next year or two of things that were not addressed. Now, you're a high school teacher. It's even more challenging, I think, in high school than elementary. Because in high school, you are limited to how much time they have left. But again, I think one of the key things is identifying those key concepts that they need and build on those. And that would be really critical. We are at a big disadvantage of not knowing how long this pandemic will last. But I'm sure, at least for us in our country, it's going to be a number of more months. And I just really think that when we select problems that they cover more than one content area, that's going to be important. That helps you address several goals at one time. So those are critical things to think about. So I hope that's helpful. There's not just one correct answer, but I think we need to remember we have time, not just this little short period of time. Identify key concepts and then integrate other ideas as we're doing the main concept we want, integrate the others, and then pick rich problems that cover more than one content piece.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wilkerson. And I hope Ms. Nuri Martini, you are happy, you are glad with the answer. So keep in your mind that key concept that's built on those and integrate with others. So, and another thing, you need to collaborate with other teachers. Yes, thank you. That's, some part that I from the answer of Professor Wilkerson. Now we go to the second question. Yeah, could you please, colleagues, share? Okay, so my colleague will share the second question on the screen. Okay. Actually, Professor Wilkerson, we have, now I can see that we have 20 questions from the Q&A, but of course we need to select some questions because now some of those are similar. So we select one more question and then we two other more. And then after that, we will invite one participant to directly ask his or her question. Could we? Okay. All right. So this one comes from Zubaida Amir MZ. What is an effective way to advocate for yourself, teachers and students, as well as parents in the current situation of distance education, considering the different level of education, economic levels, and variety of educational facilities that each student has? What tips does NTCM or did the past time, right? Okay, what tip did NTCM do? It's a pastime, perhaps. Okay. There's a question from Zubaida Amir, and the second one, I'm sorry, I just jumped to the third question. So I will read from Melia Sari. She's a lecturer from State University of Jakarta. In an online classroom setting, the role of the parents becomes essential. How can we support the parents so that they could support their children learning? Thank you. And now we go back to you, Professor Wilkerson.
Thank you. These are both excellent questions about parents and families, and I think this is very important for us to think about. And you are correct. The second question reiterated that parents come from different backgrounds. They have different educational backgrounds. And then another piece of that, at least this is a challenge that we have, is that some of our parents are also working. Some of them are working from home. Some of them are having to leave to go to work. And it's a very complicated situation. So one of the things that we talk about, in fact, one of the documents that I alluded to from the back to school really is directed at families to help them to think about it. And when we talked about them advocating for their child, the key thing was staying in contact with their teacher. The teacher and the parent or the family, whether it's their grandmother or an aunt or mother, father, whatever it happened to be, the family needed to stay in contact with the teacher and vice versa. If you saw your child struggling, then you need to contact your teacher and find out how to support them. If the teacher saw that the student was not turning in assignments or not participating in the virtual environment, they needed to contact the parent. And I think this was really important, that the communication needed to be there. Some of the parents might be able to help with the instruction, but really and truly the teacher just needs to support the student in learning, and then the parent is there just to make sure that the student stays engaged or is helping with that or communicating with the parent, with the teacher, if there is a struggle, if there's a problem. We can't expect parents to sit down and teach the children because, as I said, many of them have their own jobs that they're doing as well. But we do need to make sure that they are a part of their child's education. So they needed to communicate with the teacher. So we needed to make sure the communication went both ways. A second thing is just making sure that the child has their resources that they need, the materials they need. And if they don't, they need to be able to find out who they need to get to in order to get those materials. That's what we mean by advocating for your child. If your child does not have the materials that they need, then you need to find out who you need to ask at the school and say, my child needs these things, and find out how to get them. I will tell you, though, the children that I worry the most about are the ones that not only don't have the materials, but maybe don't have parents that are very supportive at all. And for whatever reason that might be, it may be that they are not there because they've had to leave for work, or it may be that they're just not very interested in their children's work. And this, I think, is the more challenging. And I think in this case, it is really important to try very hard to communicate with parents about how important it is to support their child in this particular endeavor. It is very stressful. The other thing that I would encourage us to be cognizant of is that some of our children and families have lost loved ones in this. And that's really important. Now, I love mathematics and I love teaching mathematics and I love learning mathematics. And I want all my students to just love doing the mathematics. But I also need to realize that some of them have actually lost loved ones during this. Some of them have been sick themselves. And so again, communication is that key. Our teachers need to communicate with the parents and the families need to communicate with the teachers. And we need to make sure that's happening. And our parents and families need to advocate for their children when they don't have the resources that they need. And I think that's important. There's no easy answer to it. There are some parents who will sit down and work with their kids on particular work, and there's some who don't have that. And I think that as a teacher, I would want to be aware of that, because when they don't have the support that they need, maybe I can find another person that can mentor them, or I can pair them with another student so that they have someone that they can talk with. So there are many ways that we can think about in supporting them. But I think it's a very valid question and a big concern when we're thinking about our families. And I would encourage you to look at that document. I'll put it in the chat box in a few minutes, but I think at the end of the webinar that the directors of it will be able to send out the handouts that I sent as well, because I think these might be very helpful to you as well. So one last comment is I've actually shared in the chat box some of the links, but I know that people who are on YouTube probably don't have access to that. And I don't know if all the participants do. I hope they do. I've tried to send it out to them, but those will get you some of the documents and give you more detailed information about parents and families, for example. Okay, thank you. I can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So yeah, it's the answer of from Professor Wilkerson. I hope that Ibu Meliana, Mrs. Meliana, and Mrs. Subaida Amir MZ happy with the answer. So the communication is the important thing among parents and teachers, how to tackle, how to help the student in this new normal era. So now we proceed with the next question. So this person will ask directly to you, and her name is Ibu Maulida. And now I invite her to ask the question. Miss Maulida, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you, Miss Puji Iryanti. I'm so happy and very glad to see you and Miss and the speakers. It's surprising me, and I have a questions. I have experience teaching in school with the very few facilities and pure schools management, and also experience teachings in schools where their facility and managements of school are very good also. And my question is, how do we survive to remain professional in teaching in the midst of this pandemic, with a teaching environment that is less supportive both in terms of facilities and school management? That's my questions. Hopefully, Miss Trena, Professor Trena, can answer my questions, because it is this is a very importance how we as a teacher can survive with this condition.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Miss.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Maulida, Professor Wilkerson. So that's the question. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. And I apologize, Ms. Wismana. I don't know if I heard the whole thing because it broke up, but I think you were talking about teacher support that is needed because teachers are being asked to do a great deal right now. They are being asked to.
I think she asked about how teacher teach in this less support facilitation, less supportive condition.
So how do teachers, how can they teach in these less supportive conditions?
Yes.
Okay, so, and again, I apologize if I don't directly answer the question. But when I think about this, there are teachers who don't have the kind of support that they need. They are working in very difficult conditions. There are some teachers in my area that are in very affluent school districts, and they have all the resources. They have all of the materials. Their parents have everything, and they have a lot of support. But we also have some school districts that don't have the resources. And I think this is in our particular situation in the United States, much of the support is done by the local school or the state. So like I live in Texas. And so Texas as a state, as well as the local school district, are tasked with figuring out how to get those resources and support to teachers. And so, and some of them have it already, but others do not. And what we're doing at NCTM, for example, is trying to provide resources and materials to teachers that might not have access in their particular school district. And so that's why you will find on the NCTM website, there are free access to many things. You even can have free membership right now for 30 days so that you can access everything we have, whether it's materials, whether it's lessons, whether it's problems, whether it's ideas on how to do breakout rooms. All of those things are on our website, and they are free to any teacher who wants or needs that support. But I think more about, and I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to, but I worry about the teachers that don't have administrative support where they are. They don't have another teacher to work with. We have some school districts that are so small, they have one math teacher. And so they have no one to talk to. And again, NCTM is trying to build community and ways for those teachers to communicate with each other. And that's an important piece. Those teachers need to be found that don't have the kind of support that they need, and connect them with others who do. I think about your organization here, the SEAQiM. I think you are doing some amazing things. And this is an opportunity that I know you're using to reach out to teachers that don't have the resources and support that they need. I would also point you, if you were also talking about administratively people who are not supporting their teachers, one of the documents was for administrators. We did a session for them. And I would encourage you to look at that document and get some ideas about things that you can help administrators with in how to support their teachers better. It's not helpful to say, teachers, go do all of this work without giving them the support they need. And so I think that we need, again, that communication. We need to communicate with teachers. We need to communicate with resource people like what we have, what you have at your center, what we have at NCTM and other centers across the United States. We need to be supporting our teachers. And then we need teachers to be able to help their administrators to know what they need as well. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Maulida there. Okay, so okay, that's the answer from Professor Wilkerson. So keep in mind that NCTM website provide resources and materials and free membership. So colleagues, please register for membership on the NTCM website.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. So this already finished the session for Professor Wilkerson. And thank you again, Professor Wilkerson, for answering those questions and for the great presentation and question and answer. It was a pleasure to have you with us here, and we really, offer great deep appreciation for your time and your chance to be with us here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for all the kind words that have been in the chat box. It's been amazing, and the wonderful questions that you've asked. I wish you the best in this journey that we're going through in this pandemic. So thank you very much.
If you don't mind, could you please, if you don't mind, give a 2-minute closing statement, perhaps, if any other.
I would just like to close with, again, thanking you for this event. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for thousands of minds to come together to think about what is the best way to approach mathematics education during this pandemic. And as you've already alluded to, this is not something that's going to be over with very quickly. It will have repercussions for a very long time in many areas, but in our case right now, in mathematics education. And it may potentially take us a few years to really get to where we want to be. But I also leave with hope. And I think that a number of the things that we're learning right now will carry us forward in the future with changes that we can make to have even better mathematics education for our students and better support for our teachers of mathematics. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we're back to our MC.
Thank you, Ms. Iryanti. Again, thank you very much, Professor Trena, for enlightening the presentation, and we do learn a lot from you. Thank you very much for taking the effort to sharing with us today. Thank you so much. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the second and third session. Please be ready. The speakers in the second and third sessions are Professor Berinderjeet Khaur and Professor Iwan Pranoto. Well, Ms. Iryanti, are you ready to continue chairing the second and third session?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Ms. Iryanti. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we continue to the second session, a panel of 2 keynote speakers. They are Professor Berinderjeet Khaur and Professor Iwan Pranoto. Professor Khaur will do the presentation and then followed by Professor Iwan. Each speaker will be doing 45 minutes presentation. First of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Khaur. Berinderjeet Khaur from National Institute of Education, Singapore. Professor Berinderjeet Khaur is a professor of mathematics education at the National Institute of Education in Singapore. She holds a PhD in mathematics education from Monash University in Australia. She has been with the Institute for the last 30 years and is one of the leading figures of mathematics education in Singapore. In 2010, she became the first full professor of mathematics education in Singapore. She has been involved in numerous international studies of mathematics education and was the mathematics consultant to TIMSS 2011. She was also a core member of the MEG Mathematics Expert Group for PISA 2015. She's passionate about the development of mathematics teachers and in turn, the learning of mathematics by children in schools. Her work with prayer and in-service teachers and research activities have led to more than 50 keynote presentations and both national and international meetings, and more than 250 peer-reviewed publications. So today, Professor Khaur will give a talk on lessons learned from Singapore mathematics education during pandemic. For your information, I'll introduce Professor Iwan in advance of his presentation, and then I will encourage all of you to feel free to send your questions through Q&A. Questions will be answered after both speakers finish their presentation. Professor Khaur, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Now you have 45 minutes for your talk. Now the time is yours.
So I need to do share screen.
Yes, please.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
I need to go into the, is it okay or must I go into a slideshow? Is it all right?
It's okay, it's all right.
Okay. Good. Is it good afternoon in Indonesia or still good morning?
It's good morning.
It's good morning. Okay. Selamat pagi, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. I have a lot of dear friends in Indonesia and also those attending this webinar.
Yes.
I also like to register my sincere thanks to the president of NTCM, Professor Trena Wilkerson. Singapore has always looked at NTCM for guidelines, and in the past I've worked with many presidents of NTCM very closely. Professor Wilkinson's lecture has actually shown us some worldwide leading directions. In some ways, my presentation will be rather different from that because it will be a perspective from Singapore. So I would just like to address, in this age of pandemic, some possibilities and challenges that have been thrown upon us in this era. Well, there is certainty in two things that has come about because of this COVID era. The first is, in the past, when teachers were asked to actually infuse ICT in their lessons, there was an option available. They took it on or they rejected it. And there was also often a lot of debate about whether the technology is going to enhance my lesson or not. But in this era, technology has actually firmed its position and left very little options for teachers. So it's a blessing that technology is around. Teachers have actually, to some extent, have had some experiences working with it. And the second outcome has been a search for a new pedagogy for mathematics. And in some ways, some researchers have actually labeled it as panic-gogy. That means when we are in this state of panic, we have started scrambling around to look for a pedagogy that is going to support us in our days ahead. So these two, apparently to me, are now non-negotiable. They are here and we have to address them. But what concerns me is this question that always lingers at the back of the minds of many teachers in our classrooms, as well as many educators who are working with the teachers. Can the virtual classroom replace the traditional classroom? I'd like all of you to take a minute and reflect upon it and keep your answer to yourself because this answer need not be shared. because it is something that will shape our beliefs and our vision for the future. If you look at all the learning theories that are available and teachers have based their lesson designs on them, you will realize that a lot of social interactions are critical for meaningful learning. I think a minute is over, so I'm going to show you my next slide. Personally, this is my take on the matter. I believe there is a difference between a traditional classroom and a virtual classroom, because in my sphere of work, I feel that both the cognitive domain and the affective domain are equally important for meaningful learning. So far, I have seen a lot of teachers keeping the parity of the cognitive domain in their virtual lessons, but having great difficulties in keeping the same for the affective domain. So this has led us to reflect on, at least in Singapore, what we encourage our teachers to have in their lessons. Most of our classroom lessons are now moving towards inquiry-based learning, where classroom discourse is very important. And part of this discourse, teachers get students to share their thinking. They help students to engage with others' thinking. So there's a lot of teacher, student talk. They co-construct knowledge, and teacher questions to deepen student thinking, and teachers bringing together ideas that have been shared during a lesson, and they build on them and encourage students and help students to extend their ideas. So moving from this paradigm in which teachers have been working for some time now in our classrooms, teachers have had to make the leap towards the virtual classrooms in which they enact their mathematics lessons. So what would we then expect teachers to have considerations for in their virtual mathematics lessons? The non-negotiable here would be the mathematics content. All right, so this is, I think, because it's a mathematics lesson, the mathematics content is non-negotiable. Mathematics has to be taught by the teacher, and meaningful learning has to take place by the students. In our school syllabuses this year in Singapore, due to the pandemic, there has been a realization that the mathematics content that has been able to be kind of worked through while students were in the home-based learning mode and teachers were enacting lessons through virtual platforms, we couldn't do as much as the syllabus documents had outlined. So for the national examinations this year in Singapore for grade 6, grade 10, and grade 12, there has been a cutback in the content. So this shows us that we cannot expect to be able to cover that same amount of content which we have been doing in our traditional classroom modes, now that we are transiting into this virtual mode. Now, the next consideration that has weighed very heavily is the availability of resources online. it's very important, and as we have heard from NCTM, virtual, manipulatives, easy to navigate resources virtually are essential. These resources may be available, but how to use these resources is another issue altogether. That will be covered under, I think, another segment that we will look at later. Now, the third consideration is the interaction. The interactions that will take place in these virtual platforms. How do teachers plan to communicate with the students? Of course, there are modes like synchronous, asynchronous, but to effectively enact these modes, teachers also need to have plans as to how they would want to actually do which segment of their lesson. The fourth one is of deep concern to me. It's the perception of the learners, their beliefs, their motivation, their disposition towards technology. Attending an online or a virtual maths lesson is not the same as playing an online game. An online game is very motivating for some students, but teachers who have engaged students in home-based learning using virtual platforms have actually fed back to us that parents have to be asked to help out. But as we have heard from Professor Wilkerson, not all parents are available. Not all parents are willing to help. So when a child comes to a class physically, the teacher is a parent, the teacher is a teacher, the teacher is a caregiver, the teacher has multiple roles. But stepping into these virtual classrooms and maths lessons, somehow we find there are limitations to how far the teacher may be able to stretch. And lastly is technology. I think we have also heard in the earlier lecture, the bandwidth of the internet, the availability of the computers. In Singapore, we were very fortunate. Once home-based learning kicked in, a lot of organizations went all out to help out and ensure that every child or every home at least had a computer that would help students engage with home-based learning. Following up, the government has made several commitments to ensure that every child will have his own learning device for technology-related lessons. So these are considerations, I think, that have to be considered very carefully in our new norm of virtual maths lessons. The easy way out many teachers took when home-based learning kicked in was to have a synchronous class. So we are back to the olden days in the traditional classroom where the teacher's role was merely to disseminate knowledge. So in an asynchronous class, you find that the flow of discourse is one directional from teacher to student. So the teacher disseminates knowledge, even like, you see the Khan Academy videos uploaded. Yeah, you can, it's similar to that. Students just go watch a video and try to make sense of it. All right, then in our asynchronous lessons, teachers actually, some of them video recorded themselves explaining a concept, modeling the solution to a problem, and then students have to watch it, try to make sense of it, and then do a task. And then most often upload the task back to the teacher. The teacher would probably give some comments and send back. And then, of course, assessment is very critical. Teacher wants to close the loop between the teaching and learning cycle. So the teacher gives students a quiz, many a time an online quiz, and makes an assessment of what the child has done. But imagine sitting in such a class. How would you feel? It could be done once, twice, but if it's an everyday affair, it probably allows one to feel that schooling is a lonely affair. Now, in a synchronous class, some teachers have actually moved into this mode now. There is a bidirectional exchange of discourse between students, teachers, students, and the teacher adopts a different role. She is a facilitator and a mentor. So the teacher actually puts forth the task, and students are in breakout rooms and they kind of work on it, and then they come back together into the teacher's room and share, and there is an exchange of ideas, somehow still very limited because communication and talking mathematically is a bit difficult for students. They are comfortable doing this in private talk, but when they feel that in this platform now, they're talking to all their peers and the teacher at the same time, they feel that it is quite public and they are restrained again. But nevertheless, it still offers a better opportunity of achieving our goals of inquiry-based learning that is like the norm in our mathematics pedagogy in our schools at the moment. And there appears to be higher student agency and autonomy, and students have actually fed back that they find that the learning is more meaningful. But students still have, when they first, after home-based learning, when students were allowed to go back to school in very constrained formats, some students attending school in certain days of the week, whereas others on other days of the week, according to the grade levels they were in. Students have also expressed a lot of joy of being able to come back to school. So what actually is essential is this human touch. How is it going to be there if we are going to be working in these virtual classrooms? We need to kind of put a lot of energies into that and ensure that we may not be able to provide 100% of it, but at least do the best we can to always have the caring, sharing, and inclusive kind of an environment. Now I will share with you my own lessons that took place at the Institute of Education. Due to the pandemic, the overseas students who were coming in for our courses were actually not allowed to come to the university on time for the semester, because the arrival of international visitors and others into Singapore is regulated. So in my class, I have had 4 international students, 3 from China and 1 from Indonesia. And my 3 students from China, when the course started in August, they were in China. My Indonesian student is still in Indonesia. However, my 3 students from China are now with me in NIE. They have come in, but they came in 6 lessons late. And they are actually my research sample because they have had the opportunity to experience the simultaneous online and face-to-face teaching. All right, so they were in my online lessons when they were in China, and then they are in my face-to-face lessons now. Now, my 17 local students have been in my face-to-face lessons all the time, because the university has a policy that if your class size is less than 50, lessons have to be conducted in a face-to-face mode, right? So, so that's why I had to adopt the online mode, so that allow my 4 students to actually attend my lessons, and hopefully they were supposed to come in at some time, but my student from Indonesia is not able to until early next year, so she's going to just attend my lessons virtually. Now, I deliberately made no attempt to redesign the course to be a blended one nor an onlining one. I wanted to make modifications to my face-to-face lessons in a way that would actually allow my online students to follow my lesson that was carried out at the institute, with the additional scaffolds that I plan to put in. All right, but what was paramount to me was trying to extend the sense of care to them, because I know it is for no reason of theirs that they are unable to attend my class physically. And I also wanted to deliberately build a community among my face-to-face students and my online students together, so that they would support each other in their learning. So the challenges I faced were in 2 areas. The first was the instructional materials, and the second was the participation of all students in the discourse of the lessons. So these were the 2 areas in which I had challenges. So what I did to the instructional materials is, because this is a master degree level course, it is a 13 lesson module, and each lesson is thematic. So it's based on one area of concern in issues related to mathematics education research and theoretical perspectives. And there are readings students have to do before coming to class, and the class time is spent on deliberations of the research, and that deliberations are prompted by my questions to the students. So for my online students, I initially used Dropbox because I thought of giving them some materials, but in China, Dropbox didn't work. So we used Blackboard. Usually, we do not give our local students the readings, because we just give them a reading list. They are supposed to get all the readings from the library. But we realized that for our online students, especially those in China, they were unable to actually source for the readings. They only could go to Google and try to find, but not all readings will be there, because they are usually in libraries and you have to have membership to go in and get. So some arrangements were made to actually give these students those readings through the Blackboard. In the past, I do not release to my students for every lesson what would I say is the tutorial guide, which actually teases out salient points from the readings. But and I usually do not also write very detailed guides. But having had to work with my students in the online platform, as well as my face-to-face students, I have been pushed to think through very carefully and reflect on what were the prompts and write them out. And give it to them, to give it to my online students a few days before the lesson, so that they can actually prepare themselves to follow what were the proceedings of the lesson that were going to take place. So this is an example of what the guide would look like. Now, for my students who come to my face-to-face lesson, there are also added measures that I have to put in place and take care of because of the social distancing nationwide measures that are in place. As I think you probably know, in Indonesia also, all of us have to have a face mask or a kind of a shield. The temperature of the students has to be 37.5 or less. If for any reason the temperature is more, they should not come to class, and this is their social responsibility. And the class activities are devoid of any physical contact. So any material that they get is just for themselves, is not to be shared. Students are seated 1 meter apart, and if I have group activities, I can have 5 students max. And this group cannot change over time. Throughout all the lessons, the group of 5 has to stay together, and they are not supposed to change seats, and I have to take a photograph of their seating arrangement. And of course, I have to keep my distance and wear a microphone to amplify my voice, and I will show you in my next slide. Okay, that's me, all right, all wired up. I have a microphone here, and these are my students who are sitting more than 1 meter apart. And there is a camera that is on the ceiling of the class that is actually helping us to zoom out the lesson to our online participants. This one will show you a better screenshot. So the students who are present in my class, attending the face-to-face lesson, can see their friends in the online class. All right. So because when I do group work, excuse me, in every group, 4 students are from my face-to-face class. 1 student in the group is from the online platform. So the students also use WhatsApp communications to actually sometimes ask each other questions or something that they think they heard from me, they wanted to clarify. So I have created something like a buddy system among these students so that they have small communities in the class also, helping and supporting each other. Now, so now that 3 of my online students are now at NIE attending my face-to-face lessons, I managed to get some feedback, and I asked them this question. I asked them to tell me what was good and also not so good about the online lessons. And I also asked them to tell me what is good and not so good about the lessons in class at NIE. So this is student 1. He says, I think comparing the face-to-face, he feels there's no good about online lessons. I mean, I think he's being very harsh. But he say that's just an alternative way. If I don't have any other means, I have to do it. All right. So, but he says when I'm in the online course, he's not able to listen to what others are talking about. You see, they could always hear me, but they could not hear very clearly their peers talking. And I think they have a deep interest in hearing what their peers are also saying. And then we ask him what is good about the face-to-face, and he says that, oh, he feels more concentrated. I think he's my Chinese student. I believe he's saying more engaged, all right? He's more engaged, and he's also more participative in face-to-face discussion. And sometimes it is amusing, you know, he enjoys it because there is some kind of humor in it. And well, he's very kind. He said there's nothing wrong with this face-to-face lesson. I'm sure there's something wrong. Now, my second student says that she feels that it has been an amazing experience, because she has had lessons in both online and in classroom. All right. So she says that for the online lesson, the most benefit is providing opportunities for her to attend lessons during this tough time. But she could not keep up with the progress of the class because of the equipment. So I think there's some technology related issues here. Quality of the voice, because I think sometimes our voice keep breaking up when they hear it on the online platform. And another thing is lacking a sense of participation. She felt that she was not so involved in the class when the classmates were having a discussion. She said, of course, we can discuss in Zoom, but still it is different from the reality. And the last thing is, because our lessons are 3 hours long, she found that the last hour was very difficult for her. Her eyes and her neck really hurts, and she found it hard to concentrate. Mind you, these are adults. They are school teachers, and I believe most of them are, in their 20s or early 30s. And then when you ask her to tell us what is good or not so good about the lessons in class, she says that she feels more comfortable about her face-to-face lessons. She feels things are perfect for her. I believe she says perfect because this is what she's used to. All right. The only thing she feels she has to improve is because, coming from China where their language of communication is not English, they take some time to process when we teach in English. So she feels that she wants to improve her listening. And of course, she is thankful to us for caring. My third student just gave me a short feedback and said that I believe face-to-face is better and can communicate with my other classmates and listen to their answer. When learning online, there are so many technical problems. So I think technology was there, but technology also gave them some issues to grapple with. Now, so in a nutshell, I like to reflect on what the pandemic era has provided us. All right. The pandemic era has provided us both opportunities and challenges. All right. Now, the first opportunity I feel that is teachers would now need to wholeheartedly focus on harnessing the power of technology. Not just merely for the sake of using technology, but for curating learning environments that stimulate meaningful learning. All right. So it's not just, okay, I mean, if I can't do it, I will just upload a video, ask the students to watch a video, etc., and then do a worksheet. No. I mean, they have to curate learning environments that will engage students in meaningful learning of mathematics. All right. So blended learning, online learning, comprising both of synchronous and asynchronous modes have to be seriously considered, explored, and enacted. We also are lacking a lot of research in the enactment of these online or other virtual lessons. All right. So there is a lot of scope there that we need to kind of cover. Now, the challenges are, I think they remain for the time being because of the sudden onset of the pandemic on all of us in the whole world. One is the availability of resources. Governments are involved, people are involved, and how this whole issue of equity would bring about a kind of a state where, every child, as we would like, will have equal access to technology and equipment and, other necessary things. Now, the second is teacher development. I think teacher development is key to how we will actually move forward in addressing our, immediate concern of allowing students to learn mathematics in this, pandemic era, and maybe even in the future. We don't know what the future would bring. It's my belief, and I feel it is not possible for every teacher to level up in both the use of technology and the pedagogy. So there is a need for collaboration between the technologist and the educators. So I think a group of people who are many of them are available in our schools in Singapore. They are the technical assistants. All right. We need these technical assistants to be working hand in hand with the teachers, as well as we also need kind of like in NIE, we have a lot of technologists. We have the in-learning center where we have people that we can go to for advice with our needs, and then they will actually give us knowledge about the appropriate and relevant tools that we can use to enact our lessons. Now, thirdly is to me, I feel it's very significant that there be an equal emphasis on the cognitive and effective domains of learning of children. All right. It's not only the cognitive, because I've always told my teachers in class that when you start to teach your students, please touch their hearts first and then their minds. Because if you don't touch their hearts, you lose them. Because some of my teachers go straight for the mind. And when they go straight for the mind, the child is scared and he runs away. You never get the child back. All right. So in this virtual environment, I think we need to place emphasis on, am I actually considering the effective domain as well as the cognitive domain? All right. Now, lastly, the norms of education systems. I think some of these are beyond us, but it's still good to think about them, like class sizes, curriculum standards. I mean, can we still have the same class size? In Singapore classrooms, only in grade 1s and 2, our class size is 30. Beyond that, it is about 40. Maybe when you go to a junior college, your tutorial class may be 20. But more or less, relatively large class size. So imagine conducting a synchronous lesson in a virtual platform and trying to actually reach out to every child to see or to engage them or to assess them. It is a challenge. So my concluding remark is, well, I think the pandemic has paved the way for serious conversations on alternatives to the traditional classrooms. Now, these alternatives must not compromise high quality teaching and learning of mathematics for all. And I think with that, I will thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khaur. I will say again, thank you very much, Professor Khaur, for this interesting presentation. I hope you all like the presentation. And later on, after Professor Iwan finishes his talk, we proceed with the question. Now, last but not least, I'd like to introduce Professor Iwan Pranoto, our third keynote speaker. Iwan Pranoto, PhD, is a professor of mathematics at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Institut Teknologi Bandung, ITB. At present, he is teaching various math courses to undergraduate and graduate students. And experience of mathematics includes more, I repeat. His experience of mathematics includes more than 20 years of expertise in mathematics education, spreading from primary to university levels. Besides mathematical sciences, at present, he teaches course in the Master of Mathematics for Teachers program at IPB. He is also active as a mathematics education consultant and trainer in government and non-government. Institution between 2009 and 2012, he was active in training Southeast Asian mathematics teachers through the quality improvement of teachers and the education personnel in mathematics, or we call SEAQiM now. So he used to train a teacher at SEAQiM under Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization or SEAQiM. Starting the beginning of 2012 until 2014, he chaired the Center of Innovation and Policy of Math and Science Education at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, IPB. His research interests vary from general mathematics, geometry, and mathematics education. In university management field, from 2005 until 2014, he was an academic auditor. He was the Education and Cultural Attaché in New Delhi, India, from mid-2014 until early 2018. He was responsible for developing education and cultural collaboration, both Indonesia, India, and Indonesia, Bhutan. He obtained his undergraduate degree in mathematics from IPB and his PhD in mathematics from the University of Toronto, Canada. Now, Professor Iwan, are you ready there?
Yes.
Professor Iwan, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Puji.
Okay, now Professor Iwan will give a talk entitled Imagining Math Education for COVID Generation. Professor Iwan, you have 45 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Puji Iryanti, and thank you so much for the for the invitation. I'm so happy to hear from Professor Wilkerson and Professor Khaur, and I would perhaps I will talk about a little bit more general than, and also the perception from Indonesia, in particular from the less privileged region in Indonesia. I will share my presentation. I hope it can be seen now. Okay, I will talk about the this this crisis, this COVID-19 pandemic, actually shaped a generation, shaped a new generation, and I think this is important to address. And what can we imagine? What kind of mathematics education that's suitable for this generation? I will explore this question. And the image of the present education in Indonesia, from Indonesia and perhaps in many other countries that not really in the urban setting, it's different. This is one of the image in the most eastern part of Indonesia, from Papua. This is a girl who must work her assignment, but because of the lack of the internet connectivity, she must do the assignment with the renting Wi-Fi. So we can see the situation. It's not as good as we imagine. That we keep saying that this pandemic crisis actually is an opportunity. It is perhaps we sugarcoating the situation, because it is not. It is actually worsen the digital the education inequity. And one of the psychiatrists that's saying, mentioning already, saying that I think we'll see a hyper connection to technology and an increased lack in basic offline social skills. Perhaps this one is our worry before, but it becomes more and more apparent now. The second one is this one is from the Department of Psychiatry, and this saying that the COVID pandemic has resulted in increased loneliness, stress, anxiety, and depression. And so the situation it's really bothering some of the education world in some of the part of the world. And in my opinion, in the area where we have digital gap, then this pandemic crisis actually worsened the academic competence inequity. So when the school reopen and when the student come into the school, I think the teachers will experience very wide gap of the academic competence of the students. So the students who come from disadvantaged or marginalized family, they will have low level of academic competence because of this situation. From the family who have internet coverage, who have the broadband in their home, they will not have any difficulty, I think. So they can keep the learning process, but for the most of the family that from the marginalized area, they will have problem with continuing the education. So our teachers will see this gap. It's a very wide gap in the coming year. So it means the teachers must prepare this situation, and they will have a classroom with a very wide difference of the competence. So it means naturally the teachers must use various approaches for handling this situation. So what we have now is it's a new life, and we still thinking about we will have the previous life, but it is not. I think this life will continue at least to 2021. So next year we still have this kind of life. So it means this kind of life, it really changed how our students see the world, see the life, because it is not really a normal life. It is very different, and it is confusing, I guess, for the students. So what they will see is, because of this crisis, and also because of this how the government handling, I think they will see that they will learn about complexity, because the world they live in, it's very complex. They can see that there is a global and local problems that cannot be solved using only local approach. For this pandemic, they must solve local problem, but also use the global solution. So the global and local debate, this is a very complex one. So the solution cannot be done only locally. They have to, they can see that the global problem, it's a very complex one now. They realize that. And also the debate between economy and safety, which one more important? And this, I think they can see this as the debatable, the complexity of this world now, and they experience this. Perhaps we didn't have this kind of experience. We adult now, we didn't have this kind of complexity understanding. So this generation will have this understanding. And the second one is leadership. I think this generation will see that it is important. Public policy based on science and math, it is important. And they can see how the government able to handle the public policy or unable to create public policy based on science and math. And also they understand the importance of decision making. This skill, they understand that these skills really important for the not only now, but in their future. And also they can see how the government able succeed or unable to coordinate among their ministries, for example. So I think they will see directly how the government, how the coordination skill are really important for in their life, not only for their life, but also for the future of humanity. So this kind of awareness, understanding, I think the future education and even in mathematics must address this. And one other thing that we becoming more realized that the problem now, many problems we are facing now, actually the problem we didn't know before. So the problem that we must solve now is completely new. It's non-routine. The problems are never studied before, many problems. So I think the one research saying that from the Lely and Murnin, this is from the first, actually from the on the 2000, and then in 2009, I think, that's also saying that one of the skill in high demand is solving completely new problems. So solving non-routine problem actually becoming more and more important. So it is like the pandemic make us realize it's a strong evidence that it is the case that solving completely new problems is exactly what we need now. So in mathematics classroom, it is important for us to raise problems that really not routine one. So it is important now. And the students, I hope the students aware that we need this kind of competence. And the second one, the next one is math is everywhere. I think because of this pandemic is really an understatement, because what we are basing our policies now, public policy, actually relying on math modeling, data analysis, and curve fitting, actually. So what we seeing now, it is really math leading the way in how we can survive in this pandemic. And also many words from mathematics, and it becoming everyday conversation. It's like the word flattening the curve, second wave. It is what we have now. So if we think about how before pandemic that we try to do some campaign on saying that math is everywhere, it is now. There's the students can see directly this is the situation now. And also another one is how in some countries the modeling actually do not give a precise prediction. It's erroneous prediction. Well, the reason is because to be a good model, we need to make a very good prediction, we need reliable data. And that's exactly the case. In some countries, the data are not reliable. So it is dangerous to make a prediction based on sloppy data. And that is the case in many countries. And the students, I think, will understand this, that the importance of data. So what we have now, we can see that this generation have a new head. Their thinking, their opinion are new, completely new. So it means we need new math teachers as well. New math teachers in the way that they approach differently, they think differently, and they have new attitude as well. So what I have in mind is the new teachers, the new math teachers, I think already raised by the previous two speakers, empathy. Empathy becoming one of the trait of the new teachers. It is important because of the stress. So it means it is important for perhaps in next year when the school reopens, it is important for preparing 1 week or 2 weeks or even 1 month for them to get used to into the new situation. And then context. Well, we teachers now must put into context of this new situation because the context is different now. And then reflection. Reflection must be done as often as possible because the student perhaps can deflate can reduce the depression with this reflection time. So it is important in mathematics. And how about the content planning? Well, the dangerous thing, I think, some policymakers trying to make a new curriculum, but actually it's a baby curriculum. It's a reductionist curriculum. It is dangerous, I think, because the curriculum cannot be, mathematics curriculum cannot be reduced into a baby curriculum. So we have to select. We have to select what is the content that must be taught in this situation. What I have in mind is it must have a strong pedagogical power. So it means it becomes important pillars. The content must become important pillars where the other contents can relate. What I remember is it becoming more relevant what NTCM document focal points. And I think it is really like the situation with mathematics. Every time we invent mathematics ideas, usually it's not useful at that time, but becoming relevant in the time in the future. Like focal points. I think focal points in this pandemic era, I think becoming important. I hope several teachers can see this document because from NTCM, I think it becomes important. You can see only in one page what must be done in class 3, for example. What kind of mathematics must be taught in grade 4, for example. So this document, I think, becomes an important tool for us teachers. And how about the teaching learning resources? The situation in Indonesia, the situation is not as good as we expected. We before the pandemic, actually only perhaps less than 1% of our teachers using the e-learning technology. And during the pandemic, I think it increases, but it's not a lot. And most of them using only WhatsApp, the platform only WhatsApp. So I think we have to rethink the teaching learning resources, because most of the students are not guided by teachers. So they must learn by themselves. So it means the teaching learning resources must be simple. The wording must be simple so the student can learn by themselves. They can teach themselves. It should be visual. And in this one, I think what have been proposed by Professor Joe Buller, I think it is important. So how to make mathematics resources become visual? It is relevant now. And the resources must self-explaining, and it should be playful, and it should be challenging. It is not dumbing down the curriculum. The challenge, the learning quality actually can be increased from the conventional one. So that's what I have in mind. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to answer all of your questions.
Thank you, Professor Iwan Pranoto. I hope you all love this exciting presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed with the question and answer. And we have one person will directly ask to Professor Khaur, our colleague here, prepare the share content. But now I will invite Nur Ari Wati Haji Abbas to directly ask to Professor Khaur. Mrs. Nur, are you there? This is Nur Ari Wati Haji Abbas. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're ready, right? Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much for all the keynote speakers. And to Professor Khaur, okay, I have one question. How do you actually deal with students who have unstable network? Because sometimes when we conduct a maths lesson, there are, and we also have maths activity and students are heavily engaged in the activity, but then they are cut off just because of the unstable network. Now, I would appreciate if you could just share some tips on how to deal with this kind of problem. Yeah.
Okay, that's the question, Professor.
Thank you for your question. I think you have asked me a question which I need to ask my Minister of Education in Singapore. Okay, now, all right. I share with you my experience. I gave my master's degree class an online quiz last week. All right. So I told them to make sure that when they start doing the quiz, because the quiz is 1 hour and 30 minutes, make sure the quiz is, the connection is stable. And they kept telling me that I cannot ensure that the connection will be stable because I cannot control the connection. Okay. So I said, okay, that's fine. If your connection fails, then just email me that you were doing the test, but something happened in between. And because the test will not let you retake, it will lock you out. Once you start, if the connection fails, it will lock you out and you cannot continue. Last night, I checked because the closing date was midnight last night. I think it's God's blessing. Everybody did it. So 21 students all did it. All connections were good. But I think the question you have asked is like Murphy's Law, you know, if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. Okay. So this is an issue that Singapore faced when we had the lockdown. Everybody was at home. Parents were working from home. Children were attending HBL. And there were many, many glitches. So I think nationwide, the network providers have started doing some work to ensure that it is upgraded and, you know, the stability comes. So this is, I think, beyond the mathematics teacher. It's beyond the mathematics teacher. But what I think we can do to support our students' learning is, should such a situation arise, there is an opportunity for the child to go back into the lesson and reconnect or continue. All right. So there must be some form of, okay, suppose you can actually, every lesson that is being done, if you can have a recording, you can have some recording set up. Okay, then this recording be made available later on for the students to go in and view, or at least have an idea of what happened, what I missed, and then join in. So as I said earlier on in my last few slides, we maths teachers alone cannot solve all our problems or issues. There are other people who have to come in and work with us. All right. So you have a very good question. And I think your question is a question many people in the whole world are asking and grappling with. We in Singapore are also grappling with it. But fortunately, I think we are very small. We are connected, and we don't have, that kind of issues that Indonesia probably have, because you are sprawling, you're wide, and your kind of space is more demanding. All right. So thank you very much for the question. It was a lovely question.
Thank you very much, Professor Khaur. I'm a PhD student from University Berinderjeet. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes. So we are both from small country.
Yep.
Thank you very much. This is Nur Arifahwati from Brunei Darussalam. So, you're asking about the internet connection, unstable connection. So we in Indonesia, and we face that almost in every time when we go online lessons. So we have a lot of cases that students cannot connect to internet, even they don't have a signal or something like that. They don't have internet. A big challenge for us in Indonesia. But anyway, I will go to the next question. And the question comes from Joko Subagyo, and he will directly ask to Professor Iwan. Pak Joko, are you there? Mr. Joko Subagyo, are you there? I don't hear anything from Mr. Joko Subagyo. Are you there? My colleagues are still reaching Mr. Joko. Can you reach him? No? Okay, he's there. Mr. Joko, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Please ask
Thank you,
your
Miss
question.
Puji. I think maybe can I in Indonesian language?
Yes, please.
Baik.
Professor Iwan, right? Okay.
Yes, ya. Saya penggemar Profesor Iwan. Jadi pertanyaan saya mungkin terkait dengan bagaimana menyadarkan pendidik matematika terkait kondisi-kondisi sebagai berikut. Jadi salah satu aspek yang dilupakan oleh para pendidik matematika itu adalah matematika merupakan suatu alat untuk memahami dunia melalui pemodelan, pendekatan, dan tentu saja tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Iwan, tidak presisi. Nah, tentu jadi kita bisa simpulkan untuk saat ini, saya klaim bahwa saat ini matematika sekolah itu sangat berbeda dengan matematika alam.
Please be brief, Pak Joko. Okay, what is your claim? Okay.
Ya, jadi untuk saat ini klaim saya adalah bahwa matematika sekolah itu sangat berbeda dengan matematika alam atau matematika kerja. Tentu saja saya punya alasan yang salah satunya pengalaman saya mengajar di sekolah menengah kejuruan khususnya, yang sangat jauh sekali dari bidang yang dipelajari di sekolah tersebut, misalkan jurusan otomotif atau jurusan listrik dan sebagainya, yang sangat berbeda, tidak beririsan. Harusnya matematika yang dipelajari beririsan dengan bidang yang sedang mereka geluti. Jadi klaim saya adalah saat ini matematika sekolah sangat berbeda dengan matematika alam atau matematika kerja. Dan tentu saja kita tahu bahwa matematika bukan sekedar 1 tambah 1 sama dengan 2. Tapi tentu matematika merupakan alat untuk memahami alam ini dan menyelesaikan permasalahan yang ada. Nah, pertanyaan saya kembali lagi, bagaimana menyadarkan para pendidik matematika terkait kondisi ini? That's the big question and maybe the big problem, I think. Thank you very much, Miss Puji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joko Subagio. So I think Professor Iwan understand what asking, but for others, I would like to convert it in English. The question is how to teach math. So it's not only school mathematics, but it's also aligned with the demand of the working area. That's the question to Professor Iwan. Professor Iwan, now your time.
Thanks, Ms. Puji. Yes, I think what we have now is we have to raise that awareness. I agree with Pak Joko. We have to raise that awareness because the situation, it's not possible. We can use the same the old approach in this new life. It's impossible. What I have in mind is we have to utilize our simple technology in this. So it's not like people, perhaps some people concentrate too much on technology, high technology for in this situation, but actually we have to go different road. I think actually we have to use simple technology. Even in many situations, like some of the people, the attendants also saying is that we don't have the solid network, the solid internet. It's not there. So what I have in mind is we have to create the learning lesson, the teaching learning lesson first. Is it should be possible to be done unplugged, so even without electricity. So that's the challenge for us math educators, how to create the math lesson can be done by the student themselves and also can be done without internet. So can be done using internet, but also can be done without internet. So that's the challenge, and I think I'm interested to find what kind of learning design for that kind of situation. Thank you, Ms. Puji.
Thank you, Professor Iwan Pranoto, and it's open to all of us because Professor Iwan challenged all of us how to create, how to design mathematics lesson with or without the internet in this pandemic era. Now we go to a question from Q&A and from YouTube. My colleague will share the content. So this is for Professor Khaur. Question from YouTube, Anonymous. How to make sure our students understand the material, the lesson. Then that's the first one. The second one from Ida Bagus Rahadi Yoga Brahmana. Students face internet problem while learning virtually. Thus, they want to go back to school. Are there any solutions to this? How can we motivate students to get active? This is come from Siti Anggreni Ginting. Be confident to share their thinking in class. So we have 3 questions for Professor Khaur. Professor Khaur, now your time.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I will, oh, can you show me the questions again?
Yes.
I will answer them slowly. The first question was how to ensure that our students understand when we are teaching using technology. I think just like we have traditional classroom instruction, what we can do is when we are in a virtual platform, we should also pause regularly and actually ask students to jot down their answers to some questions if we don't want them to share with the whole class. And then we can ask them at the end of the lesson to actually either scan or send it back to you for a quick review. All right. So I think that is one way to make sure that our students understand. You use the word here materials. I'm a bit confused what you mean by materials, but I would take it to mean it would be everything that you have used in the lesson for your teaching. So I think, of course, I don't know about Indonesia, but in Singapore, every lesson usually ends with a worksheet for the students to do independently. All right. So sometimes I think in a traditional classroom that is good and good, all right, because the teacher still walks around the class and she can spot and help students and give them the kind of, we call it between desk instruction to kind of fill up the gaps in their knowledge. But in a virtual platform, I think that is a bit difficult. So maybe giving them small things to do after short intervals of instruction, and then getting them to share that with you through some means. In our Apple classrooms here, we have students who can actually project from their tablet onto the teacher's screen immediately their solutions and answers, and the teacher can do a whole class review. But there again, it is technology laden. So if you don't have that kind of technology, you will not be able to do that kind of a thing. So I think in short, my answer to your question would be your checking of student understanding must be after short spurts of instruction and regularly throughout the lesson. Right? So the second question was, I don't seem to have a good memory, but can you show me my second question?
Could you
Or you want me to take a picture of the questions?
Wait a second. Okay. So that. Okay.
Wait, I take a picture, okay?
Okay.
All right. Then I read from my picture. Okay, so the second question is, students face internet problems while learning virtually, thus they want to go back to school. Are there any solutions to this issue? I think you asked me very difficult questions. There are two kinds of students, okay? One kind of students, when they face internet problems, they will say, that's the end of it. I don't have to learn anymore. Because I cannot, the internet has failed, and they don't want to come back to school because home-based learning has given them a lot of time to do other things. All right. But I suppose you are talking about this other group of students who are very conscientious and motivated and want to learn. All right. So when they face internet problems, they want to go back to school. Normally, if I'm a student in this era, I would do the same, isn't it? So what is the solution? The solution is the internet problem has to be solved. But this problem is beyond the teacher, isn't it? If the child doesn't have the hardware at home, the teacher cannot do anything. If the country's Wi-Fi system in certain areas is still not strong enough, the teacher cannot do anything. So it can be a very sad story for students who are very keen to study, but the internet is failing them. Definitely they want to go back to school. But let me tell you something, there must be something more about these students. They actually miss their friends, they miss their teacher, they want to go back to school. Generally, I can tell you in Singapore also, when home-based learning was over, the students, when they returned back to school, were so happy. So happy. They know they can't hug each other because of safe distancing, but they were dying to actually see the friend and the teacher and do whatever they can do in the school. Okay. Now, the other issue here is many students have reported that in this internet-based lessons, the pace of lesson is faster. The pace of the lesson is faster. Why? Because the teacher doesn't have to grapple with the day-to-day issues in the classroom. So the teacher tends to go faster because there are no disruptions. Virtual students are like, I can see you, but you don't have to say anything, you see? All right, so these questions you have raised are very interesting and good questions, and the answers to them, I can't give you in one line. But what I can say is, internet problems beyond the maths teacher. Students want to come back to school. If COVID is over, teacher is happy, students are happy. But if COVID doesn't go away very soon, then there is a group of unhappy students who have internet problems and cannot follow the lesson. There is a teacher who is also sad because the students can't get to do what they want to do. All right. Now, the last question is, how can we motivate students to get active, be confident to share their thinking in class? I believe you are referring to the virtual class. Okay. All right. So I think in our traditional classrooms, teachers do spend a lot of time creating a safe classroom, a safe, S-A-F-E, a safe classroom. Now, what is a safe classroom? A safe classroom is one where even if the student gives the wrong answer or a silly answer, nobody will laugh. Okay? Everybody will be happy to hear everybody talk. So the child feels, I'm not going to look silly, I'm not going to look stupid, my teacher is not going to scold me, my friends are going to wait for me to say something nice, and even if I make a joke, everybody is going to laugh and we are going to be happy. So I think if I transfer that from the traditional classroom to the virtual classroom, I think the same rules apply. I think the teacher has to be non-judgmental. The teacher has to be welcoming. The teacher has to be receptive. Even if the teacher realizes that one of the students in class, in the virtual class, is actually falling back a lot in the lesson, I think the teacher should then arrange for a private consultation with the student, one-to-one or something like that, and not kind of in that environment of the whole class where everybody has the mute. It's not unmuted. It is everybody is able to kind of share what they want to share. All right. So motivate students to get active. Students will only get active if they are praised, if they are valued. All right. Now, in a traditional class, I will buy sweets for them, but in a virtual class, I can send them virtual sweets. I can tell them, today you earn 3 sweets. Huh? When we come back to class, I will give you the sweets. I can do many things to make them happy. Okay. So the other thing, the last thing is, we maths teachers, this is our psyche, okay? So it's an international psyche. Maths teachers are usually very cruel. They like to give their students difficult questions to do because they want the students to feel that maths is difficult. I'm against such things, all right? I always feel that I will always give my students easy questions to do in maths class first. When they are motivated and confident, then I will give them more difficult questions. And then they would want to challenge me and do even better questions. All right. So I think that's what I would do to motivate my students to get active. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Khaur. And now we still have other question for Professor Iwan. And I hope that our colleagues who asked Professor Khaur are happy for the answer. Now, colleague, could you share the question? Okay, now we see the question for Professor Iwan Pranoto. So it comes from Madonna Buche. I apologize if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Is it good to use a video lesson for teaching elementary mathematics? And the second one question from Ika Surtiani. This online learning is very challenging. I did reduce some math curriculum, but the results still not as good as at the normal time. Is there any suggestion? And the third one, question from Krishna Hamanto. How is the easiest solution so that students can understand easier while learning mathematics via online? Okay, now that's your time, Professor Iwan, to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puji. Yes, first is the question from Ms. Madonna. I think video lesson is powerful. I think actually it can be done better than in person actually. Why? Because using video lesson, actually the student can pause. If she doesn't understand, she can pause the video and then she can rewind, which is impossible in the conventional classroom, in the in-person classroom. So there is an advantage in this approach. In my opinion, what usually video lesson not effective is when the video is too long. So please keep the video lesson as short as possible. Perhaps 3 minutes is enough. It is difficult to make a video lesson, but make it short, 3 minutes, because the concentration needed, it's enough. 3 minutes it's long enough actually in this situation, in particular for elementary students. So that's my question, my answer. And then Miss Ika asked about that's the situation now. Some of the school reduce the curriculum. I think it is important not to do that approach, because when we do that, there is no guarantee that student can understand, even if we reduce the content. So what I suggest is use the focal points from NCTM. I think it's a very good document, even though it's short, only 1 page for each class. Perhaps Professor Wilkerson can explain more about this wonderful document. And the next one is Miss Krishna. I couldn't remember. What's the question? Could you read? Yes. Okay. What I have in mind is there are two purpose when we use online teaching. First is to present some concept, to explain some concept from the teacher to the students. That can be done like before using video lesson. That's fine. But on the there is another role of the mathematics lessons that we can expect. And it is better, I think, when the student can use the online, the internet platform, to use them as a practice to improve their mathematical skill. So I think it is important for us teachers to know how to use this online platform. I think that's the answer, Ms. Puji.
Thank you very much, Professor Iwan, for question. Just to give a bonus for our audience, because we still have some time. So we would like to invite more, if you don't mind, Professor Khaur and Professor Iwan. We still have some time left, and we would like to invite two more participants to ask directly to you, one for Professor Khaur and one for Professor Iwan. So the first one is Mr. Wee Hyung Se. I apologize if I pronounce incorrectly your name, okay? Can we invite him now? Mr. Wee Hyung Se. Mr. Wee Hyung Se. Okay, we wait for him to show up. So for your information, our webinar participants today are not coming only from CMEO member countries, but also they come from beyond the CMEO member countries. So there's some people come from Melbourne and come from Macau. Okay, excuse me. Mr. Wee Hyung Se has not in the Zoom anymore, so we replace him with who are already in the Zoom that we have in the panelists now. Agus Adi, okay. Agus Adi Putrawan. So, Mr. Agus Adi Putrawan, are you there? Mr. Agus Adi Putrawan? Hello? Hello? Are you there? We wait for connection. We are still reaching out. Mr. Agus Adi Putrawan? Are you there? Are you there now? Again, like we have been talking in this seminar, that sometimes the internet connection can be a big problem. Even in this webinar, someone, Mr. Wee Hyung Se, we try to put him in the panelists, but he's out from the Zoom, so we couldn't reach him. And now we invite Mr. Agus Adi Putrawan. Hello, Are you there? No?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Now I can hear you, Mr. Agus Adi Putrawan. Hello?
Yes. Thank you, Miss Puji. I apologize due
We'll
to
ask
internet
Professor
connection.
Khaur. Okay. Okay, thank you for being here.
Yes.
You will ask Professor Khaur, please. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the chance that given to me, Miss Puji. Thank you, Prof. Khaur. It is such a good motivation for me, and I really enjoy your presentation. Your example regarding the student situation in Singapore. My question is focused on synchronous and asynchronous online course that you already spoke maybe a few times before. Is that my voice clear, Miss Puji?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, Prof, I want to ask you about which method that student really interested when they study mathematics in classroom. We as a mathematics teachers in Indonesia usually doing two types of online learning. The first one is synchronous online learning by using Zoom, Google Meet, and online and another platform. The second one we use asynchronous online course by using mostly we use Google Classroom. In your opinion, which method that will increase or enhance student motivation in mathematics learning? Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Ms. Puji.
Thank you, Mr. Agus. Now, Professor Khaur, it's your time to answer.
Thank you for the question. All right. So before COVID, many of our maths teachers have engaged students in flipped learning. You know, flipped learning is they give them something to do on their own by watching a video clip. As I think Prof. Iwan has said so rightly, the clips should not be too long. It should be very short and motivating. And then they want the students to think about something or try something before coming to the traditional classroom to engage in deeper exploration of the conceptual idea or some work related to it. So I think when we transit into this virtual classroom platform, the asynchronous platform allows the child to do something like the flipped classroom model of doing something on their own. And then you go into the synchronous mode where they actually can have more interaction with the teacher like the Google Meet and Google Classroom. So if you ask me which is better, I think my answer to you is, what is your purpose? You must have your own purpose for the lesson, all right? If your purpose is to actually facilitate student thinking through your prompts, which must be delivered in the real time, and students to exchange ideas, etc., I think you would use synchronous, all right? But if your purpose is to engage the student in some independent study or work, then you would use asynchronous, all right? So I think the best solution is how what we plan to teach is unfolded, and then we kind of decide as a teacher which parts of what I'm doing I will use synchronous and which part I will use asynchronous. I think just having one type all the time doesn't actually fulfill the goals of a good maths lesson, all right? So it is a blend of the two. But how much of each depends on you, the age of your students, the motivation level, the availability of technology, the size of your class. There are many other factors that you will have to consider, right? Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Professor Khaur. So that's really depend on the teacher purpose, right, Professor Khaur? Yeah. Okay, I'll now go to the next question from Aris Saptaji. Mr. Aris Saptaji, are you there? Mr. Aris? Mr. Aris Samtaji? Can we reach him? Can we reach him? Okay, we cannot reach him. So now we give chance to Ketut Sarjana. Mr. Ketut Sarjana, are you there? Mr. Ketut Sarjana, are you there? It take a bit long. It take a bit longer to reach him. Perhaps it's about connection again, about internet. Mr. Ketut Sarjana, are you there?
Sudah masuk.
Kalau nggak bacakan pertanyaannya dari question and answer aja.
Can we reach him? Can we? Okay, we wait for a second.
Can we just read from the question and answer?
Okay. So we cannot reach him. Okay, so
Just read.
that's it, right?
Read from the question and answer.
Okay. So to replace this person, there's okay. Can we reach him? No. Okay. So we read one more question from Q&A. Okay.
Reading from Q&A. Reading from the from Q&A. I think that's good.
Could you? Okay. Could you? No. Okay. So we have some question from Q&A, and now I will choose one of that to ask to. Okay. So now I hope that this person is still here. Okay. So this comes from Christina Wati. Christina Wati. Okay. So thanks for the opportunity to all keynote speakers. I want to say that we think about family and how they struggle with this or math essential lesson we need to teach or the math leader to make decision. But we somehow forget that we have a big problem with the teacher. Not all of our teachers can catch up with technology in such a short time. Besides that, we need to find out how to teach maths in different ways, and not to mention of how not all our students have the facilities that support the online lesson. At one point, the teacher think about other more than themselves. My question is there anything we can do to make our teacher mind keep sane perhaps, right, in this situation? Thank you. So Professor Iwan, because of a lot of things that teachers need to think about, we are worried that they go insane. So how to help them to keep the mind safe, to keep sanity of their mind, coping with this whole situation. Okay, Professor Iwan, that's the question for you.
I think play is important in our in this time. So in before in the pre-pandemic, we can make the teaching very formal, but I think it's not possible now. We have to make it more playful, and I think that's the important one. And I think Professor Khaur already mentioned that play or game are important in how to transform the mathematics in this time. And I totally agree that many approach in this time using game for improving the quality of teaching. But in what I have to stress is we have to make the game, the lesson can be done using online or unplugged. So using only pencil and paper, even that's the challenge. I think that's my answer, Ms. Puji.
Thank you, Professor Iwan. So try to keep mind sanity. Keep your sanity. So when you teach, you need to use resources, yeah, playful, and even in the unplugged situation, in the offline learning, right? Now, okay. So we have all the questions done, and this is finished our session. And to Professor Khaur and Professor Iwan Pranoto, we are very proud to have you here with us, and thank you for your talk and also your answer for the question. And now we okay. Actually I want to give you, if you have a closing statement, if both of you have a closing statement to be saying in this webinar, I will give you a chance. Professor Khaur, do you have a closing statement?
Yes, I think what Professor Irwan was asked this question about. What is the mental? Who takes care about the mental well-being of the teacher in this very stressful environment created by the pandemic? I think, as we have heard earlier on, that in some parts of even the US or Indonesia, you may only have 1 or 2 maths teachers in a school, you see. So, but having said that, I think what is essential is teachers need support, and not support in terms of resources to do virtual lessons, etc. But they need psychological support. All right. So they need peers. They need peers they can talk to. All right. So maybe some what we call that community of teachers who occasionally even virtually come together to talk to each other about what I did this week, what didn't happen, what happened. Oh, I'm very sad, but then there may be many more people who are sad. Then you realize you're not the only one who is sad, whereas this is a perennial problem, and some of the solutions to these problems are beyond us sometimes. So I think that was a very good question. We keep thinking about what we can do for the students, and what we can do with the technology, but we tend to always forget about the person who is doing all this, that is the teacher. The well-being of the teacher is also very important. All right. So I think that has to be taken care of by whichever group that the teacher belongs to or is working with. So that, to me, I think the soft side of things is equally important than the hard side. All right. So that is my closing statement. As I said in my presentation, to me, the effective domain of work is equally important as the cognitive domain. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Professor, when do you have any statement?
Only for the present teachers, I think we fight this pandemic crisis together. So I think our hearts, our mind, with you all in the remote areas, in the very difficult to reach regions. We always be there with you. If you need, I think organization like SEAQiM, I hope can have a greater role in this situation. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the end of the session. From the presenter talk, I need to just at some point. Professor Wilkerson stated that the parent and teacher need to communicate to help students learn, especially in this new normal. And parents must be aware that they are part of education. Parents need to contact teacher if they face difficulty when they help their children learn. And for teacher can use a lot of resources from NTCM, as well as they can attend free event and conference held by NTCM. And teachers also are encouraged to collaborate with community and share best practices. And from Professor Khaur is employing blended learning with strict rules for students who attend the class, wear mask and keep distance. But the challenge to do this about the availability of resources, teacher development, collaboration between technologies and educators, equal emphasis on both cognitive and active domain, and norm of education system like class sizes, curriculum standard, and etc. Also, Professor Khaur need the student who miss the classes, and some students prefer to attend face-to-face classes. Professor Iwan coined that in this age of pandemic, we have faced complex situation that we never faced before. And in the age of pandemic, we need a strong leadership and to run this education, and we can witness the policies that have a science-based policies. And this era, even teacher need to give a student non-routine problems, and also avoiding the reductionist curriculum. And also from the point wise, before the end of the seminar, that there is some parties who need to take care of the well-being of the teacher, because now we talk about the student, the parents, but sometimes somehow we forget about the well-being of teachers. So Professor Khaur also stressed about this, and perhaps now we can also think about how to support a teacher and to keep teacher fine, to keep teacher ready to teach with a good heart, a good thinking, good mind, and stay positive. Thank you all, and ladies and gentlemen, so that conclude our session. Thank you all for attending this webinar. We hope you have learned and enjoyed this presentation. Thank you for Professor Wilkerson, Professor Khaur, and Professor Iwan Pranoto. I hope that you enjoy all the talk and the presentation. Have a wonderful day. And I hand the mic over to the MC. Go back to the MC. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Ms. Puji Iryanti. Wow, very wonderful sessions. Please give a round of applause to all the prominent speakers, moderator, and also participants. Well, thank you so much once again for the keynote speakers and participants. Let's hope that the conditions get better soon and thus we can together here in Yogyakarta, face-to-face, of course, for the upcoming program of SEAQiM. And trust me, for being here, you will not only experience, not only learn about mathematics, but you will experience and explore Yogyakarta, its beauty and also the hospitality. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have several announcements for you, dear participants. The first announcement for those participants who join in YouTube streaming, please fill the attendance list that already provided by the committee. You can find the link in the description below in the YouTube, of course. And the next is about the certificate and material. The committee will send the e-certificate and also material to all email address for participants. And the next or the last is for the participants in Zoom platform. We kindly ask your assistant to fill the evaluation form of this webinar so we can make some improvement and also betterment toward our next international webinar. Because SEAQiM Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics will have another series of international webinar, the second and also the third. For more information, you have to follow our social media. You can also follow our Instagram at SEAQiM Kitab in Math and also our Facebook at SEAQiM Kitab in Mathematics. On behalf of SEAQiM Regional Center for Kitab in Mathematics, I will say thank you very much for joining this webinar and see you on the next webinar. Have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Congratulations Bapak. Lagunya mana Pak? Kok sepi Bapak lagunya Bapak? Lagu SEAQiM kah? Mas Febri lagunya Mas.
We wait for this song.
Alhamdulillah akhirnya ya.
Thank you very
much. How are you? Terima kasih Bu. Nggak kapok ya Bu ya?
Thank you, sorry ya kalau ada kurang-kurang ya, sorry ya.
Kayak